Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, August the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey, Faith. And now, are we going to be okay in YouTube right off the bat? Have to wait to see. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, loud and clear. So we're good to go, both rooms. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? So first of all, I just want to take a look at Moderna. Moderna had a big run at the end of the day, but I know it's pulled back somewhat today. Oh, my keyboard's not on. Yeah, so it's actually had a pretty big pullback now. But but let's put it in perspective. When I looked at this last, it was around $140. Okay, so this closed at $174. I really thought about it, holding that MRNY certainly into the after hours. Even if I held it, even if has taken that $12 drop now, it would have been a great trade. But I didn't do it. So in perspective, okay, remember 2 days ago this was a $63, $64 stock, got up to 175. So yes, it's pulled back a bit, but still an amazing run from Moderna. So HUSIZZ, let's see what it is doing. China stock, low flow China stock. Actually, it's an earnings play. Yeah, it is actually an earnings play, guys. So there is some news associated with it also. So it is an E play. And where could it go? Looking at a weekly chart, it's breaking through that. Next high in a monthly chart is around 380. So a little bit close. Course, what we're trying to do is maybe find that one, that one. Look at Tenon now, TNON. That was the one yesterday, sort of. We got up to 1790, but look where it closed, at 1154, and now a big 33% drop also. Sigly, SGLY. So, yeah, another one of these. So, look, 2 days ago, it gets up to 677, but it closes way down here at 354. Closes down more yesterday. Did close near the high yesterday, but nonetheless, now look at it. Some of these things are just wild. 1.5 million in the float, 29 million have traded already. Exploring a 900-acre South Carolina AI data center project. Take a look at this MMA. What is this? Mixed martial art. That's what I kind of thought it was. Monica. Monica, are you into this one? Have you seen this one? The Mixed Martial Arts Group, MMA, underneath $1, up 64%. Big volume. What's the MMA completes US $4 million private placement at $1 per share. So, well, they were able to raise it at $1. That's pretty good for them. Oh, you have played it? Okay. And Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin, absolute wow. Bitcoin is continuing its bonkers move. Look at IBIT. It was late yesterday. Well, all day yesterday for the crypto plays. But look at this day. It had. I mean, I'm just looking at IBIT. Okay, look at IBIT. Close up here, and it's another run. Bitcoin now, as I see it, is at around $72,000. That is an amazing run. Even look, WETO won't die. WETO won't die. So wow, $31 again. So remember what I was saying yesterday? What if it get? In fact, I think I had a price alert. It must have taken it out briefly, Put a price alert at the 2-day ago close. I'm going to put a price alert there again. How do I know I took it out? Because the line was blue and now it's green. So yeah, so yesterday we had the crypto plays. Of course, we had the healthcare stocks because of Moderna. There's Webull. Is this an actually Webull's an earnings play, guys. Bull, Bull. This is an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. Reaction was pretty good, and a continuation. So Webull earnings play. First target raised to 15 from 13 at Rosenblatt. Give me a moment, guys. I'm adjusting something on my other monitor. All right. Let's see what else. So this 10, and this was just, I'm just looking for some maybe beaten up bio. Beam, BEEM. This is an earnings play, a cheap earnings play, guys. Release earnings after hours, decent reaction, and a better one this morning. Market is a little bit weak this morning. I'm looking at the SPY down 3.4. A bit of a mix. Well, the Qs were still down yesterday. The SPY was up a little. The Dow was up. I mean, really not a, other than Moderna. I mean, so amazed at that Moderna move. Not so much. I'm amazed at the Moderna move when it went from 140 to 170. Remember, at 140 was still up a lot. Let's take a look at the sectors before we before the 9:30 open. So I'm clicking on new from the toolbar, docked channel bar, docked channel bar. Click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels, and scroll down to the sector status. And sector status. Hmm. Oh, good. Okay. Thought there might have been something wrong with our. So let me get back to sector status. So the major sectors. So XLE, top sector right now, and my guess is well, there's staples actually. Consumer staples is the weakest sector right now. Retail, the home builders, which were really good yesterday. There's IBV, which is probably dropping a little bit because of Moderna's dropping. So take a look to see if there's anything going crazy on the upside percentage wise. I don't see anything. I mean, Etsy is still pretty strong. This had earnings on the 5th. It's been pretty strong all week or all month. So on the flip side, though, let's take a look at on the flip side. So retail, look at retail. 91% of the stocks are down. So wow, AAP, Advanced Auto Parts. This is an earnings play, and it is down a lot. It's a pretty low float, for a $56 stock, 58 million in the float. But AAP is down on earnings. I'm gonna have to thumbnail that one. So AAP is down on earnings. You guys have been talking about Walmart. So Walmart is an earnings play also. Yeah, Walmart's down on earnings. WMT down on earnings. That's a big move, 8% with 4.4 billion in the float. That is a big move. All right. So William is saying that mixed bag, miss, beat, in line. Okay. Well, it might bounce. Dollar General, not an earnings play. KR, not an earnings play. Is Costco an earnings play? Nope. The retailers, yeah, I mean, the retailers definitely the weakest sector by far. 91% are down for the day. Down from yesterday's close. And look at healthcare. I mean, now, yeah, but this is misleading as far as I'm concerned. Moderna, yeah, is down 9%, but what a move it had. See anything else on the extreme down? Yeah, so Walmart. So what now? If somebody tells me that Walmart does not have a company ETF, there must be a company ETF for Walmart. Well, let me do a quick look to see if they do have if there's a company. If not, why not? No, I just don't know how that's possible with some of these way more obscure stocks of company ETFs. Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I just checked myself. No, even I'll even take a one timer. I just want something a little cheaper than $100. Oh well. Give me a moment, guys. Uh, sure, I was speaking, but only to myself. So, yeah, so I don't know the WMTI. I don't know when I had myself on mute, but yeah, the WMTI. It's not maybe a direct correlation, but is some way to play it. It's funny when I had it up before, it said it was very a lot closer to that -7%. Anyway, so I was just saying to William that your AAP looked like it popped from about 43 to 47. I call it your because you think it's due for a bounce. Jay Z. Jay Z on the move here, guys. So yeah, actually, it's a big float. 12.8 million in the float is a big float. So right now, guys, I don't have a handle on which could be the wild one today. I mean, we could say Wito. I mean, we really could say Wito could be it because if it takes out, it briefly took it out. The 2 day ago close, which was about 32.87, you can see it got up to 35. So if it takes it out again, it may have another run in it, and that is a WETO. Okay, guys, what time is it now? Less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Typically, we don't trade in the first 15 minutes. You mean CDT? Oh, oh, CD. Sorry. Which one do you were talking about? CDGH. CDGH. I think you were talking. I think you might have been talking about CDTG. Yeah, going to eight. Why is it going to eight? You tell us why it's going to eight. Because it hit eight yesterday. All right, guys, we're now open. All right, let's take a look. There's SMCI. William, I think you had a comment about them. Super Micro jumps as it completes the investigation. Senior management unaware of scheme. Unaware. Well, if you're unaware, then how senior were you in management? How could you be completely unaware of whatever the scheme was? Anyway, that's caused the stock to pop a little bit, not a lot. So we've got a couple of quick halts now. Yeah, Monica, Jay Z halted on the way up, and HUIZ is halted on the way down. This is an earnings play. All right, let's take a look at where Jay Z. Yeah, Jay Z could open. Hard to say Jay Z without thinking of something else. Jay Z, 425, 430 is your potential open. This blue screen I'm showing you. You know what? It's got nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And it's a great little, every broker should have something like this showing the halt price and then well, I think other brokers have it, but they seem to want to hide it. But anyway, there's the halt price for JZ, 425. This column trying to show you where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Korea is rebounding. KORU, the South Korea bull 3 time after a couple of pretty, especially the day before, 2 days ago, but a very bleak day. Let's put a price alert right here around 2061. See if it has any sort of recovery. Oh, I know. I know it has level two there. Yes, I just don't pay attention to it. Oh, I see what you mean. But do the other brokers, have the well? I'm sure they must have the whole price and all. Hey guys, there's the Wheato. The Wheato is now again at that close of a couple of days ago. WETO, but it's early. It is early. So that close was right about 32.70. So it's a little bit above it, but it is early. Well, SGLY really gave it up. HIMS in the news. Well, I don't know if it's in the news, but HIMS popping here. Barclays maintaining him and hers and a target of 35. So it's fairly close to that now. Yes, I guess that's your news. However, we have an investor, Kirby McKinnon, McKinnery, okay, forget it. McInerney investigates potential claims involving hims and hers. Oh, that's a law firm. I'm sorry. I thought it was some insider. So I know you meant AAP, William. I know you meant AAP, not AP. Associated Press. Okay, CJMB just showing up here in the reversal. So you see, it's a reversing from yesterday. CJMB. Well, again, it's a little too early for me to take one of those. However, what I'm going to do is put a price alert. What was the alert? 307. I'll set that alert right around here again. Micron is having a bit of a recovery day, guys. MUU. I'm just looking at MUU. This is Micron 2 time ETF. Aha, Upstart. Is this an earnings play? It is not. UPST. This is a short suggestion. Let's say the next low looking left, 28.76. Not that far away, 50 cents away. Boy, Hims is on the move here. And wow, look at Wheato now, guys. That's why I don't like to trade in the first 15, but look at it now. Got halted on the way down. So, so Jay-Z resumed. I didn't even take a look to see where it resumed at. So what was it? Halted at 425, so it's way below that now. Yeah, it had a nice pop, but now it's halted on the way down. Well, this has, let's see, the next high looking left is this is for that ZTG. I think Poe has been trading that one. Well, there's some good, that was a good move. I mean, I didn't take it. 29.33, 29.02 now. Well, there's our next high looking left is 268 for the ZTG. And a big bounce now. Look at that. Boy, getting close to that number right there, which is 268. Takes that out. It's a very low float. But no, a big pullback from 239 down to 2. Okay. I want to take a look at Mara. Okay. I always find Mara's a little bit, well, they're trading about the same, Riot and Mara. Yeah. So the Dow is definitely taking a bit of a hit today. The Qs are down a little, the SPYs are down a little, but the Dow is taking more of a hit. Well, I definitely was wrong about the upstart. I thought it might have, well, yeah, I thought might it didn't have enough room, but yeah, I mean the next low now, 28.80. That I don't know. I didn't try to trade it. Monica, is this one of those ones that you we can't trade? ZTG. Okay, well, I'm not gonna. Okay, well, I'm sort of glad now. Oh, no trade at Interactive Brokers. Okay. If this CJMB can take out that 320 again, the next high on a weekly chart is almost 4. So, yeah, well, here's your right there, 2874, 2874, or excuse me, 2878 is the low, next low on the daily chart for UPST. That's what you're talking about, I guess. Oh, there are shorts available for EYPT at Interactive Brokers. Now, it's below that low, had to be in order to trigger. The next low looking left is 463. Pretty extended down though. Hmm. I wish it just weren't so extended. I'd love to take this short. It's got a ton of room underneath. You got a dollar underneath. All right, Jay Z resumed. Might not be over, guys. I mean, this might, yes, it had the big pop, then the halt on the way down. 445 might get it going. That's a high right there. It hit 526. I'm estimating these. Okay, somebody says no, they didn't hit 527. I'm just kind of estimating what I'm seeing. Got to do it, guys. I've got to take this beam. I've got to take this beam short as long as the spread is not ridiculous. Well, it's 21 cents. Why? Because look at the room it's got. 25, $26. So it's got about $1.60 to that next low. And I'm sure, yeah, there are shares available. It's showing up here. This is probably not available to short for me, Tenon, but the beam 27.57. So I have to put a price alert back down in that area and see if it gets there again. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in love with the spread. I mean, it's 22 cents now. All right, guys, CJMB. It's at that level right now, has room to run. And it's a pull back. You know what? I took it, but I'm out of it. A very quick loss on this one. I'm going to take a look at it again, but that was not. I thought maybe if it took out that 318, it might have a little bit of a run in it, but I need to keep an eye on it later on. But that was very quick in and out. I think I've tried to trade this one before. It's sort of the same thing. Just trying to see if there's any. I don't see any news for Jay Z, but well, if it takes this out, I mean, it's got. I mean, there's nothing really stopping it. Well, wait a minute. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. 472, 501, 592. So 472, 501. I'm saying it's going to stop there, but yeah, SGLY, just replace the S with a U. It got ugly. Wheato is back up again, guys. This is wild. This is wild action for the Wheato. Okay, well, you got to be quick. There's a little disconnect. I don't know if you guys see. Yeah, these sometimes in the at the beginning of the day with interactive brokers, I look at my order entry, and it is not in sync with the time and sales when something is really, really trading rapidly. So I had to be very careful on that, Jay Z, because it was not. I had to. Well, probably. If you don't know what I'm talking, maybe it's only affecting me. I don't know. So what did I say about that on the weekly chart? I think 50 something, 472, 501. Yeah, so 592 now on the weekly chart is your next high for Jay-Z. I mean, assuming it keeps over that 501. But that's a bit of an error. I see it every now and then on these really, really fast moving stocks. At the order entry, my order entry, it does not correlate to that price. I mean, you're right. I mean, that's what I look at, of course, because this is definitely correct. It doesn't happen often, but on some of these fast moving stocks, like on PR, no, it's fine. Well, Wito, it's you are a challenge, but here's your alert at 33.53. Well, Archon showed up in the reversal. Don't know if that was, and it's just halted on the way down. I don't know if that was shortable for me. No, no shorts available. So you're trying to play a bounce when it comes out of the halt. Did I take Beam? No. The spread, yeah, no, the spread is, well, it's getting better. It's getting better. 27.51, 27.62. So it's definitely getting better. Hmm. All right. Well, I'm trying it. Let's see if this Beam has any legs down now. On the short, spread is only, well, it's a dime now. Boy, Jay-Z just got turfed down again. I just have to be careful with the beam because I don't want to. I don't want to see it get like a 20 or 30 cent spread again. Yeah, but looking good now. Now I might take some off just before that whole. I mean, it's got a ton of room underneath. I get it, but it's getting close to that whole number. Okay, so I've covered just a little bit, just in case it does that spread widens again. Well, I don't know. I mean, I was talking about it. I didn't take it, but certainly talking about the Wheato. There's easy to miss, though. I mean, look at it. I mean, it is. When I say miss, we can watch it, but boy, it is so volatile. Okay, Beam. Let me put a price alert down here. Maybe I can induce you one more, and then maybe taking out 27 later. Oh yeah, no, we're talking about it at length. This is not a bad one either on the short side. KC 1135, 1116 now, and room. It's an earnings play. It was earnings play yesterday. Okay, guys, I'm back. Wow, did that get all the way down there? Oh, what a what a pullback! I mean, this got up to 266 and now got down to a dollar. I cannot. Well, I was pointed out. I can't trade this. Interactive brokers, which is probably a darn good thing. Now Jay Z is resumed. May not be over. So VIVI is from our AI. Obviously, a ton of room, guys. I mean, a ton. I think I've tried to trade this in the past also, and it's been a bit of a challenge. There's the high $2. Let's check out some of these ones that have won races. I think's really, there's no trend other than down. Very choppy, very choppy. I'm looking for something that doesn't have to be just ripping higher, but just sort of, making its way higher in a more orderly fashion. Like Dow. Okay, guys, it's 9:59, so I think I'll just go over my home page right now. Okay, guys, just putting my homepage link in. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, these cheap ones have just not had a lot of continuation in the daily trend reversal that I've seen anyway. I'd like to get some more that are a little more expensive on the SNSC. So the trigger was 196. I mean, it's got room. I mean, it's got $3. I mean, well, when I say that, is the next high is $3. So it certainly has room. Guido is a very easy one to trade, isn't it? Look at this. So it gets up to 36.43 and right back down to 31.40. Whoa, no, no, no. SNSC just got halted on the way up. Talk myself out of it. Well, let's see where it could open. 215, 216. Okay, so no big clue as to where it's going to open. All right, well, clicking on my homepage link. So at the top is how you can take out a subscription. Using a promo code, you'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. It doesn't matter which plan you pick. There are standard or a premium service. The 15% applies to both the monthly and the annual for those, okay? All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Well, I moderate two trading rooms, the YouTube room and then the main room here. So if you're in YouTube, wondering about this, way more action in this room, the trading room. It's also free. It's also open at 7 o'clock in the morning, pre-market. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, interacting with other traders, come into this room. It's free. I get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:10. And why use my code? Because the company tracks the use of the promo codes. And if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. Keep scrolling down. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning and sign up for it right here. Education, click on the more info. If you're taking out a subscription, this is mandatory. You do this 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. If you don't have the product, but you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing, and it may or may not be for you. But if you want to try us, you can always try us on a monthly basis. You can always unsubscribe at any time, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans, you've clicked on my homepage link. Okay, scroll down, and here they are. Here's what I'm currently sharing. This race right here. I have more than I'm sharing, but this is what I've displaying. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, upside versus downside movers. The halts resumes is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. I have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them, ask me questions about them or anything else about trade ideas. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. You can, okay? Hey, William, RCON opened and wow. I mean, was that the second halt? No, it was just the first halt. So it took a while for it to open. It was longer than and now it just got halted on the way up. So did you take it? Because I know you're trying to play a bounce on it. And now it's halted on the way up. All right, Beam. Still have a little bit of you. Let's go. Let's see if you can get a little bit lower for me. This is the short of Beam. Is this on the way up? PFSA? No, on the way down. Okay, this was one of the big ones from a couple of days ago. Huge one from a couple of days ago. Not seeing one yet today. You know, the JZ looked promising at the beginning, but it just fizzled out. Ugh, look at the SNC. What a, I talked myself out of it. It's that simple. 196 on the alert. Could have got it right around that area. Popped up to 270 when it came out of the halt. Sunscape, I don't think, what do they do? General all-purpose machinery. Okay, profile. No profile on them at all. Looks like they started trading this month as SNSC. I don't think this was an IPO. Probably a symbol name change. All right, is maybe this one is not completely over. Okay, there's IPST. Another one of those ones a couple of days ago. Big day. Boy, Nike. Okay, Nike had a couple of good days. This was earnings, well, this was in September, but starting to fade again. Nike starting to fade again. Underneath that whole number, the next low looking left, 39.21. So there was a little bit of room. Whoa, that is bizarre trading for the ZTG. Imagine that, getting up to 266 and now it's at 86 cents. Thank you, Interactive Brokers, for not allowing me to trade this. See, I'm going to hand out the bouquets if we should. MRNX. Ah, that's the long. And I've been looking at the MRNY. So, wow. So Moderna is now down 21%. Again, in perspective, let's take a look at where it is. But it's similar. I mean, it's similar in terms of percent. I mean, that's all I'm really looking at. This is down 22%, and this is down 21%. So, I mean, it's similar. All I know is I traded it yesterday and it worked out. That's all I know. Give me a moment, guys. Boy, I was so wrong about the U. Well, wrong. I didn't take it. Great alert, 29.33, 28.70 now. So it is below that now, low. Below that, William, that low that we were looking at. It's now, and so the next low now, almost right there. Just waiting on the beam, guys, for me. See if it can get through the 27. Might not. I mean, it's struggling to get through the 20. It's struggling to get through the 27 mark. Remember, I was looking at Campbell Soup or the Campbell Company yesterday as a potential short after it climbed and climbed and climbed. Just well, finally it did at 345, but by that time I was gone. Yeah, I don't see any. Well, unless this is it, but I don't. President Data surrenders 2,000 shares of Upstart. That's the only news I can see. I don't know. I don't really understand. I think you explained this before, what that actually means, but that's the only news I see. That was yesterday after hours, and another one, CFO, 3,000, Darling, 800. So there are a bunch of them surrendering and then registering. So I don't know. Maybe you have an idea. Is that what's causing the downturn? Well, it makes me feel well. SNSC had a big pullback after that big pop. Hold on. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, looking for potential bounce plays now. I have my bouncers toppers up and running. Okay, just give me a moment. I have to make some adjustments to it. There we go. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I have some adjustments to do still. What do I need? Another one on the way down here, guys. NU. Wow. So PCLA is what's the float on this one? 242, 2.4 million. Okay, give me a moment. I'm sorry, guys. I have to do this thing seemingly every day. Get rid of my little Epic pen that I used to mark up, even though I don't even have it loaded. Definitely not. Bouncers toppers not the same as trend reversals. Anybody in YouTube? Oh, man. No, a bounce. What bouncer toppers. What it's looking for is a stock that might have bounce potential. Okay, so and this is intraday. Okay, whereas of course the trend reversals is a daily reversal, looking at yesterday and then looking at today. Is it reversing? This is more of a trying to maybe look for stocks that might bounce intraday or or capitulate. He is. Okay, give me a moment, guys. It's so crazy. I have to adjust this so I can see the time. If I could get rid of YouTube, I'd have a little more space. So there's your UPST. I mean, it is, man, oh man, continuing down. A great alert. Look at that, 29.33, $28 now. I basically just talked myself out of it. All out of the beam now, guys. Okay, I'm not as confident it's going to take out that 27. So a little bit of it wasn't bad. Boy, there's some ugly little ones today. Now the MMA got halted on the way down. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at some of these now. How's it Bitcoin doing now? Is it Bitcoin still? Yeah, it's still strong. 70, almost 71.5 thousand. Well, here's another one, guys. Potential bounce, I guess. Let's take a look at this on the daily chart. 1145 is the low, so it's right there. But if it takes that out on the weekly chart, 1032. So again, these are potential bouncers, but they're so weak. Underneath the 200-day moving average, also. Well, you know what? That showed up on the bouncers, on sorry, in the toppers at 32.92, 32.92. So not a bad one. I didn't take it, but I'm still sort of feeling my way through this. I used to use this a lot. It's a good idea, Ritz. Wow, I thought all of a sudden I thought that IPST was a UPST, and I thought, wow, what a bounce! But no, no, this is the IPST. That must be the reason, William. I mean, that's all I can see is all these surrenderings, whatever that actually means. They all happened after hours yesterday. Let's see what the action was after hours on that for UPST. Yeah, I mean, well, ahead of that, yeah, it was sort of probably news was they knew the news was coming because look at that. I mean, UPST was really dropping, but I do really not know what that means. Surrendering. I know. It's just that it's the president and the CFO and an officer. I know, but there's got to be some reason. Well, I was trying to stick a mid bid in to get this one, but they wouldn't fill me. I mean, it was only a couple of pennies away. I could go in at the ask, I guess, but I was trying to get stubborn, trying to buy this UPST on a potential bounce. But now it's starting to drop, so I might back off. All right, Cato. CATO. There are shares available, but yeah, I'm looking at the monthly chart. 281 is the next low. So that's how you explained that to me a while back when we saw these surrenderings. But how is that affecting the stock? I mean, it's selling, so but it's not very much, as you say. Well, low float Japan. Okay. And that's for the PCLA. This is not available for short sale. Okay. Not available. They're not even going to try to find that. That's for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Hmm. Oh my goodness. So IPST just opened, and this is where did it get to? This is, yeah, this is that one a couple of days ago. Actually, I think it hit 30 something in after hours, IPST. Not UPST, but IPST. I think it hit 30 after hours that day, into the 30s. And IPST just got halted on the way down. This might be the one, guys, only because I mean, I know it's halted on the way down. Let's see how well it reacts coming out of the halt. Does it completely collapse? The reason being is that there's a high right there of 1641, and it almost got there. If it took that out, then traders are going to be looking at that area and saying, wow, maybe you can get close again. Could be. Well, it deserved a bit of a halt down after that parabolic run. So this is an XRP ETF. Okay, one of the other coins that are out there. Boy, this is having a tough time to bounce. UPST. There's that low, weekly low. It's getting close. 27.95. So very close to that weekly low. Looking at our AI, yeah, I mean the Bivi's up. I know it's up, 16%, but BIVI, well, it took out two. I mean, there's a ton of room. I'd love to take it, but I don't know. I don't completely trust it. But you know what? It's over two now. BIVI, and of course, traders are just looking at this. I mean, it got up to 381 a few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago. Meanwhile, Upstart just tried to get through 28. Market definitely has a different feel today. Everything is down. The Dow's down. SPY's down a little. Qs are down a little. I mean, well, four used to be a lot, but I'm just sort of seeing. I'm not seeing too many toppers. I'm seeing potential bounce plays here. At the beginning there were a lot of toppers. Yeah, you're talking about Tesla before. I see it's down 11. Meta is just sort of hanging in there, not down that much. Topper is a potential short play. Yes, it's something that's sort of topping, and the bouncers potential long play. But it's not easy. I mean, where is the top? Where's the bottom? See, that was a good one. That was a really good one. That was a very, very good. Wow. Okay, oh, wait a minute. It looks better than it is. The alert was at 11:44, so it's 11:51 right now. A lot of these are not. They're not going to be like massive moves. But I'm also looking at it from a different angle too. That okay, this might have bounced a bit, but it's still weak, and I could turn around and short this one if I thought it bounced enough. And a lot of it too is going to be dependent on what the market is doing. Some of these don't have any news on their own, so they're kind of following the market. So if the market is, I mean, right now the market is just kind of in a holding pattern. The market's down, but if all of a sudden the market starts to move down again, then bouncers probably are not going to work that well, but the toppers will, and vice versa. Market starts to move higher. Market starts to move higher. Bouncers probably going to work better than the toppers. XOS was weak yesterday, all day yesterday, and well, it's a little bit stronger today, of course. I just don't have any faith though in these things continuing. Not today, for some reason. Look at Webull, guys. I mean, Webull is really win a race. No, so it is still up for the day. It's an earnings play. It is still up for the day. Released earnings after hours yesterday. MSTR all day short. So you're saying, what's Bitcoin doing now? What's an ETF for that? How's Target doing? So I was in earnings play yesterday, and it had a great day actually. Still not bad. I mean, I know it's down a little bit, but it's still relatively near the close of yesterday, 69 cents. But had a great, very good day after 162. Ugh, CDTG got kind of ugly. Boy, I mean, it's trying like mad to bounce off 28, the UPST. Probably a lot of these drugs are being dragged down. I don't know if Novavax has any. I don't think. I think Novavax and a lot of other drugs being dragged down by Moderna's drop now today. All right, Susano, SUZ. The next high looking left is 851. This is a potential short. It's one of those bouncers. I'm sorry, toppers. MT, sorry, MT, MSTZ. Okay, I know there's a bunch of them. That's a good price. So if you think so, yeah. So if you think MSTR is going to move down, you can buy this one. This is the inverse, and it's not. It's just a one to two time. Yeah, well, if you thought MSTR was going to continue down for, well, as you called it, an all day short. Yeah, as long as you say, so the question in our YouTube room from a director, when my TraderD subscription expires, will my profiles, like the scans, everything you've created, come back whenever I react? Within reason. I mean, if it's 10 years from now, they may not be there. Okay. But yeah, within reason. Okay. Should ask that question because I know there was a change. But let me ask that question. But yeah, within reason. I mean, if come back 10 years from now, as long as you use the same email address, okay, to sign up. All right, guys. So this SUZ, I'm sort of intrigued by it. Potential short. Well, that's the next high looking left, SUZ. So it's getting closer and closer to that. Maybe that's what's going to stall it. I've had a crazy day. I've had that the loss in that first one, and then I got very obviously very lucky on the JZ, and then the beam short. That's it. All right, now this one might be more interesting for me. Okay, a more expensive one to short, 36.76 BBW. Where is the next low on the daily? Looks like it's around 35.95. Call it 36. A little bit close, but it might. What is that low right there? 36.81. So it's just below that low. Yeah, so that's last week's low, 35.70. So about a dollar. Yeah, about a dollar. Build a bear. So is there any news on this, or is just overall market moving down? Relative volume is pretty good. You know what's sort of stopping me here? That float, 11.5 million in the float for a $36 stock, and now I see the spread is getting 20 cents. That's kind of stopping me. Such a low float for a fairly high price stock. Why? Because it can get spready, more volatile. Thoughts on XOS? Well, I mean, it challenged yesterday's high. So I mean that if it took out yesterday's high, then it would have about a dollar to that next high. So I mean that's right now you'd be chasing it, but there's the next high, 408. I'll put a price alert there. Good volume, 12 and a half times normal. All right, guys, 10:50. So I'm going to slow down for me quite a bit. I really like this to short, but this is the Build-A-Bear BBW. But I know that float is for a stock this expensive. I mean, you can get some very wide. You can get it could get too volatile for me. Gap, is this an earnings play or not? No, coming up though next week. Retail. Well, you know what? Let's take a look at the sectors now. I'm sure there's no real change, but so I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, doc channel bar. All of these are theme-based channels, and I'm going to scroll down to the sector status and see if there's any change. Probably the biggest changes are going to be the percentages. Interesting. Silver is on top here. Interesting. And the semis kind of made a bit of a comeback. I mean, they're basically flat. But retail, as we saw before, look at that. 92% of the stocks that make up XRT that we have here anyway are down for the day. And so retail, the worst. And there's, because Moderna is dragging it down, IBB. But let's take a look at, so for some reason, is this CarMax? CarMax, yeah. CarMax is having a good day, up 4%. KMX, not an earnings play. eBay, don't tell me eBay has earnings. No, no eBay earnings. But down here, look at this. I mean, AAP down, wow, 21% now. Walmart, so down 9%. Looking at that 103, DKS down 5%. So look at all these retail plays just getting clobbered here. They're not all earnings plays either. I mean, Walmart is, but Walmart's just dragging down the entire sector, I guess. And AAP is an earnings play though. Okay, so I just asked the question, who asked that question in our YouTube room? That was director. So yeah, there was talk that if anybody didn't come back within a year, that things would be deleted, but they haven't done that. Okay, so certainly if you come back within a year, you're fine, and probably longer, but but as long as you use the same email address to sign up. So the question was, if I save all my work to the cloud and then I decide I don't want to trade for a while, so I unsubscribe from Trade Ideas and I come back. As long as you use the same email address to sign in, everything you saved in the cloud will be there. I'm going to say for at least a year, but probably longer. Boy, Suze is just, what do they do? Pulp mills, okay? Out of Brazil. Production of hardwood pulp from eucalyptus and paper. Sounds pretty cool. Yeah, there you go, Brian. Yeah. Just use the same email address, though, if you want to have access to anything you save to the cloud. Yeah, I mean, I know it used to be almost like infinity. Okay, you're right, Ahmad. But just to be on the safe side, there was talk that they were going to, if you didn't come back within a year, they would do a sort of a universal dump of all the ones that were inactive for over a year. But I guess they never did that. Well, I'm looking for bounce plays, anything that has a shot. I keep looking at this UPST. Well, as we saw, silver was one of the top, excuse me, was the top sector. So I'm sure gold probably isn't too far behind. Actually, gold is flat. Silver is silver is up 2.7%. So gold is flat actually. I'm looking at because I was looking at KGC, which is a gold play, thinking maybe gold was ripping, but it is not. So this is coming right into maybe 31.27 is the next high. Yeah, Bivy is ripping. Bivy is ripping without me. Well, at least I have something to do a video on. Surprised it wasn't halted on this move here. It looks like a pretty dramatic move, but evidently not dramatic enough. Well, guys, if I weren't doing this, I'd be out of here. I would maybe come back in the afternoon, but right now I've sort of lost a little bit of interest. Now, CPB, okay, are you going to maybe bounce for me then? Maybe I take this one, but I don't want to trade out of boredom. But look at what it's doing. It's going right into the VWAP. Like, why bother? UBS raises the price target to 18 from 17. Why bother? I mean, it's over that now, but that's right. Yesterday we had cannabis, we had Bitcoin or crypto, we had the pharmas. They were all fantastic, a lot of fantastic trend plays. All right. Do I take this one? Okay. We've got over the yesterday's high, which is one of the filters, of course, and 348. Volume is okay, 36 million in the float. The next high is up here at 389. The VWAP is down here at 344, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. Funny, Kishore. All right. Well, maybe I see how this one is trading. It's not very active. I mean, I'm, my guide is always looking at the time and sales, and when I see it just sort of stall, well, here's another gold play, guy. So gold must, I mean, even though here's another gold play along with KGC. Just looking at gold here, and okay, now gold is moving. Okay, so now the gold plays are moving. They're sort of trying to catch up to the silver plays. Yeah, look at silver. Wow, look at silver go now, guys. So let's take a look at, say, PAAS. I always like to look at that one, see if it is tracking. Yes, it is. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room, why are you in YouTube, by the way? I thought you were in the main room yesterday, but that's okay. You want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. Um, Let me just duplicate this list or duplicate it. It is, you know what? I've done this. I did this so long ago. I know there's it's a setting. It's something to do with the show all winners or something like that. I haven't changed it for so long that I forget what the actual setting is. I don't think it's in the. Yeah, it's not in the. Just give me a moment, guys. I got to find that. Well, if you take mine, it'll be there. Okay. If you took mine, you could always adjust, the price range and all that. But if you took mine, you're going to get it like this. I know there was another way that you wouldn't get the top 10 ranked like this, but I could not see. Really? Are you using mine? If you're using mine, I don't see how that's possible. Are you using mine or one that you created? I could have sworn it was something to do with this, the show all winners, or well, so which one are you using? Are you using mine, Kishore? Oh, you did. Okay, a different one. Well, okay. Show all winners. Let me try this again. Maybe I'll run like a 2 minute race. I want to like a 1 minute race. I just want some to show up quickly. It's got nothing to do with this. Okay. I just want to see if this one that wins a race, if it's going to show up with a one beside it, and so I just want to run one. I want to run a You see, that's it. What happens is, yeah, show top 10. So that's it. Okay. That's what I was wondering. So if you just have show all winners, yeah, it's a toggle on and off. That's why I wasn't seeing the show the top 10. Okay. So it's a toggle on and off. Yeah. I just couldn't remember. I forgot that was a toggle. Okay. So now you know how to do it. Okay. Good. When you don't do, I don't know how long we've had races, but 2 years, 3 years, and I haven't changed anything. Boy, this is just basing at 28 right now, the UPST. Oh, I see. Okay. You're on your iPad. Okay. I mean, you can stay in YouTube all the time if you want, of course. All right. How about this one? CYPH. This has had a beautiful run from 67 cents a few days ago up to 121 without any huge pullbacks. This is obvious. Shouldn't say obviously. Let's check. Oh, it's a bio. You see, I thought it might have been something to do with crypto, but unless they've changed their unless they've changed their business. There you go, guys. A little pour at the mic. I was just thinking about Alvo here, guys. Alvo is showing up here in the race, and through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on the monthly chart, pretty close. That 450 mark. The next high is 433. Yeah, I mean, I wish it had just more room to run before it would hit any one of these. For instance, if 549 was the next high, especially on the daily chart, that would get me in almost for sure. And I think it looks like it's going to get halted. It just stopped 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427. It's from our AI also. I. Wonder if that's going to get halted. 426, 427 Maybe not. Usually, when a fairly fast-moving stock just has a 1 cent spread and it is not moving, usually it's getting halted. But with that jump here, but maybe not. It's not a bad short also from our AI and the Cato, CATO. Boy, gold, this GFI and probably the KGC are just ripping here. I now know why I'm not getting as many alerts, which is what I want. I remember I upped the relative volume here. I'm not even sure I had the relative volume. And yeah, I put the relative volume of 3. So if you have that scan, you're probably getting more. It was getting too overwhelming. So I think I'm not even sure if I had the relative volume in there, but I decided to put it at 3. So not getting so if you have this scan, the daily trend reversal, you're probably getting more than I have. Uh, Man, what a miss. 1036. What was I doing here? 1394 on the short, 1322 now. However, I will not beat myself up. Why? Look at this spread, 1370, 1460. So, okay, it's an acquisition company too, so one of the SPACs. Well, the SPY is just sort of hanging around the VWAP also, just kind of hanging around the VWAP right now. Market is, Dow's getting hit a bit. Qs they're not horrible, and the SPY is down a little. Another gold play, guys. Well, I'm sorry, iron ore. Sorry, excuse me. I'd be more inclined to take some of these shorts on these toppers if the market started to move down a bit. Also, shares of copper-related companies are trading higher as declining treasury yields signal economic growth and could support industrial demand. Okay, mining disruptions in Chile. Well, that UPSD, William, it just seems stuck, just between that 28 and 28.20. Yeah, I read your comment about it. UPST. I don't have the 5.8, but there's the VWAP up here, 2848. Well, why don't I add, so I can follow you, why don't I add the 8 EMA, just out of curiosity? Yeah, what color though? What color? This is, you would think white would show up, but I'll try it just to see. Nope, never. I shouldn't say never. Top Dog asked a question, plans to add level two data into trade ideas. I would say almost, well, because your broker has it. I mean, I just don't, I don't know what it would take to add it, but correct me if I'm wrong, Pepe. With this, is there a way in this little box that can this little box here that can pop up? Does that have level two now? So before I say absolutely no, no. Okay, thank you. I didn't think so, but okay. No, so no plans. If they haven't added to that little box, and there's no plans. The bid ask is on there and all, but so there are no plans, and I doubt if they'll do it. I mean, I think they think that, if you have a broker, you've got here's your level two right here. Well, it is time and sales, but it also has level two right here. It's not that I don't pay attention to it. Okay, wow. Sea of red coming through here on the compare count. Lucid on the way down. LCID. You know what? Again, I don't want to trade out of boredom. 541 is the next low looking left. But you know what, guys? I mean, there's always the afternoon. I mean, the afternoon can be surprising. I don't know if there's any news on Lucid. other than who buys their cars or trucks or whatever they do. This is the news I see. Lucid Group announces Munsterhuis Auto, Netherlands retail partner. That is your that's the news that I see that this morning. Again, partnering with a 60-year Dutch automotive company. So that's not bad news, obviously. I don't know if you can, Elias. I don't know if you can unify them into one category or to one. I don't know if you can. Does anybody know? So the question is, I've got these different tabs here, of course. For me, that's what I want because finally the numbering is back, so I know when something is. If there's something new, no, you cannot take off now. I forbid it. Okay, so Pepe is saying no, you can't. I mean, the two key ones, of course, are the specific stocks and general market talk. Those are the two key ones. So the cruisers are, I noticed CCL earlier, the cruisers are getting hit a little bit here. Oil prices going up a bit. Maybe is that the reason? But NCLH, wow, I mean, this is what a few days this has had. I mean, got up to 1963, down, straight down. CCL, does it look the same? The answer is yes. How about RCL, the leader? Or one of, yeah, well, not as bad, but both CCL and NCLH. There you go. There's a rational reason why you cannot consolidate them. All right, guys, is Sue's finally, no, it's still hanging up there. Well, Moderna must be having a bit of a pop here. Now, I know William, I know it's not exact, but MRNY coming into the VWAP now. Want to see what Moderna is. So this is down 17%. Moderna must be down about the same, 16%, coming into the VWAP also. So are we going to power through the VWAP? Wow, look at Resi now. So it had the little pop up into the it got to the VWAP. The VWAP basically stalled it on the way down now. REZI, and where could it go? Next low is, just give me a moment, guys. I have to contact our contractor. Just give me a moment. Indaptus Therapeutics, INDP. Okay, what? Well, obviously a ton of room on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, 149. If it gets through that, 258. Probably a low float, not low low. I mean, it's low, but not crazy low. 29 million. Is there any news on this one? Files to sell 59 million shares of common stock for holders, I guess, to raise money. Market is reacting. Now that was on the 13th. Okay, so or on the 17th. So the stock got hit on the 17th, I guess, on that news, but now it's really rebounding, and that is the INDP. Boy, Ethereum. Yeah, Ethereum is there's a couple here. This is probably the short version of Ethereum. Here's ETH. Here is a an ETH for it, an ETH, an ETF for it. Well, I mean, MSCR is having a nice move again. It's through the VWAP. I know you were talking about shorting it all day, but maybe later. But this is a nice move now through the VWAP. This is, of course, two time, a lot of volume. Spread is a penny, perfect. So if you don't want to trade MSTR, you thought MSTR was going to move. This will move. This will give you double the move. MSTR must be up 8%. Okay, on a weekly point, look at the weekly chart here. So the weekly 1476. So there is room certainly for this one to move if it wants to on the weekly chart. I'm talking about the MSTX. Understand though what you're getting into. You're getting into a two-time long. So if you thought MSTR was going to keep moving higher, this will give you double the move. But if the MSTR drops, say 1%, this will drop 2%. So just so you understand what you're getting into. I'm watching this to see how well it's holding over the VWAP quite well. It's 11. It's called that 11, 1104, 11. Yeah. So let's see if it pulls back at all. If not, I might have to take this one. Yeah. What is Bitcoin? I mean, IBIT. I just want to keep an eye on IBIT. Yeah, IBIT is still. I mean, a little pullback here, but from the high here. So there's IBIT. How I can track Bitcoin. Okay, getting closer to the VWAP now. Will that hold it? Sitting right on the VWAP right now. Okay, I want to see if this holds it. If it bounces, say gets to 1110, I might take the trade. Put my stop, very tight stop at the VWAP, and see what happens. Kind of like that. Now, what time is it? I am going to be taking a break very soon, so I won't be holding this. Hmm. I'm going to have to. Well, I don't want to. There's the VWAP. It's still around 1104. Touches that, I'm out. Okay, guys, I'm out. Okay, I'll take a look at it again if it, but it's getting. I'm going to put a price alert around 11.17, so I'll take a little, well, minor loss on this. I had such a tight stop. No, weak, weak, weak. I mean, these are again, in theory, looking for bounces, but these are so weak. Let's take a look here. This had earnings well, a couple of weeks ago. The low there, it's below that low, ONON. So, again, when I'm looking at these things, sure, they're potential bounce plays, but some of these are so weak that it looks like if they stall a bit, maybe have a little bounce, and then I'm almost looking to short them, on the way down again. See if they have any sort of little bounce, maybe into I don't know, some VWAP or some average, and then that stops them from moving higher, and then you short them. Especially if there's some news, I mean, there's no news in this one that I can see. Had earnings on the 11th. I love the stocks under the whole number, and it's below that. So I don't even know where the next low is on the monthly chart. Well, you got to go back a few months to see the next low. You got to go back to March of 2024. It was over 2 years ago on a monthly chart. There was a low of 27.37. So I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, you're looking 3 years ago for lows. The only thing stopping me from doing this right now really is the fact that I'm going to be on 20 minutes. I've got 20 minutes. Be on a break in about 20 minutes. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Oops, I have IBIT here. I got to have the SPY. Yeah, so the SPY, if you're shorting something, I mean, depending if it's more following the market, obviously this is what you want to see. There's another one that is Goth. Wow, look at these moves. Guggenheim, this is an all-time low. So, guys, I'll be leaving in about 20 minutes for an hour. Any questions before I do leave? Boy, that upstart, William, it just wants to hang around 28. I don't believe it'll stay there all day. It's probably going to move one way or the other, but right now it's just glued to 28. I see the EPM is trying to make a little bit of a move. I know there was a reason I didn't want this one earlier. It wasn't trading very much. That's what it was. I mean, I'm not talking about the volume. Yeah, even the volume. Volume is not lifted. I mean, the volume is just sort of like dwindled down to almost nothing. Well, I see IPST is still alive here, guys. IPST is still alive. I mean, if it takes out, that's why I have a price alert up here. If it takes out that high of yesterday, it's possible that it'll have a run into. Well, I'm not saying it's going to make the 25, but it might start to get into this area. Yeah, so I'm looking at the bivy here. I mean, yeah, I mean, it was good for a while, but no, not so good now. Now it might, maybe later on it has a bounce, but I just don't trust this thing. Yes, the onion. As I say, I had about 20 minutes before my break, so I thought, okay, let's just do it. And give me a little bit now. This is on a short, a WNON. These are not going to be like rocket ship type plays, but on a day like today, where I'm not seeing a lot of extension on most of these low floaters, I don't mind. In fact, this is now starting to pick up some steam here. The ONON, and again, guys, this is This is where I'm seeing these sort of plays. Okay, these are down a lot, and we're looking for bounces. But I mean, if the market is going to drift down, you know, I was wondering, should I wait for it to bounce up a little bit before I shorted it? But it was underneath. You know, for me, underneath the whole number, big deal. Easy to put a stop at the whole number. So I'm going to know very quickly if it's going to work or not. Okay, here is and it just resumed at the same price. FBDT. I don't know this one at all. Not much volume. So the Dow's kind of picking up steam here, guys. We're now down 450. SPY is, down 3.5. Qs are down 5. No disconnect in the market. No disconnect between the value and the growth plays. The XOS is getting closer and closer to that high yesterday. Another, how weak is this still now, William? I mean, I know you played the bounce. I think you played the bounce. It was a tremendous bounce. No, maybe you didn't. This was in the pre-market. I don't know if you played the bounce pre-market for the AAP, but I mean, it's just drifting, drifting, drifting. Earnings play, even though you kind of thought it, didn't look that bad, but doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, it's showing up, on my bouncers toppers, but these are just so weak. Hmm. I want a short Manulife. That's where we have some of our money. um, okay, but it is moving down. MFC 4025. But look at that position in lifetime range, 91%. So, I mean, it's been a very, I know it's had a few down days here, but overall, it's been a very strong stock. Manulife, 91%. If I had a lifetime candle, it'd be right at the top, near the top. Okay, guys, it's 11:50 now, so I'm going to put my announcement up. I'm not going until Steve shows up in our YouTube room. I just want to put the announcement up, though. So I'm still here. Okay, I just want to. The last time I almost forgot to put it up, so I am still here. And what I'll do when I take my break, I'll do a video, and then I'll put it on surf mode. Show you what it looks like right now. This is surf mode right now, so you can kind of kick back. Okay, that little pop. So I did made a little bit on the onion. Now I may look at that and reshort it though. It did have. That's the pop I was kind of waiting on, and it didn't really happen. I'm talking about the ONON. Now here's the MSTX. Whoa. So, oh, there's the MSTX now. I just can't do it now. I'm going to be on a break. So surfing, just so you know, it's sort of an I don't usually. I mean, it's probably a good idea when I'm on a break to do this because what happens is it'll go through any top. So you can see at the top here. Just look at the top here, and you're going to see where it is. Okay, see, it says pre-market actives up. So what it does is it looks at every top list window that you have. So I've got my pre-market actives up, my pre-market actives down. I don't have them loaded, or I don't have them up and running. Well, they are running. They're just minimized. So it'll take a look at every single top list window that I've got and run through them one by one by one. Just trying to see. Okay, here it is. Earnings play. You see, and it'll go to LYTS next. Well, actually, VTIX next. Okay, it'll go through the top three and then go to the next one. So it'll go to Beam now. You see how it's gone to Beam, and now it'll go off this top list window and go to another one that I have. So that's what it's doing. Okay, it is going through all the top 10, all the top list windows that I've got, also any price alerts that I've got, and also the AI if you have the AI. And so once it's done, once it's gone through all of them, then it'll repeat. It just keeps repeating over and over again, going through them all, and it just loads and it takes the top three as you have them sorted. That's why it's loading these ones. And so, you know, it's kind of cool maybe just to sit back and let the system load charts for you, you know, on a bit of a slow day, maybe. Let and if you want to stop, you just go, if you see a chart that you want to take a look at, you just go to the chart and it'll stop surfing. Okay, then you can analyze a little bit more and you know, obviously trade it if you want. And once you're done, then you just go off and it'll resume surfing. And this is just a toggle on and off. So of course you can just stop the surfing if you click on it, toggle on and off. Or if you click on any symbol, if you click on a symbol, it'll stop the surfing also. So I mean, it's just an you know an interesting way just to sort of kick back and say, okay, let the system load the top three as I have them sorted, and all my top list windows and my price alert window, and if you have the AI, the AI. You cannot do it with an alert window, just top list windows. And again, if you look at the top here, it's going to tell you what top list it's in. Because sometimes, you know, I mean, if you've got several of these open, I mean, you just might miss something. And you might go, wow, that's a good one. Okay, stop it, analyze it. Yes, I want to trade it. No, I don't want to trade it. Okay, guys, it's 11:56. So now what I'm going to do is in our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so that if you want to, you can head over and listen to Steve. He did Tuesday's edition also. Okay, so there's the YouTube link. It's not there yet, but any moment now he'll show up. I mean, when these things when they're loading, you can see, okay, if you've got a moving average on a chart or something, or the VWAP, and you can see it's moving into it. Maybe you'll say, "Oh, right, I wouldn't have seen that had I not had it on surf mode." This is a big one from yesterday. Well, again, you just have to. All you have to do is go to the chart. It'll stop. You can analyze it and then back off it if you don't want it. Oh no, have I disappeared the room? No. Yeah. So how about the reentries? Anything good on the reentry? Well, I can see that the PER is pretty not bad. The reentry was at 982. It's at 1015 now. The Alvo on a short, not bad. The Beyond even 1456 was the reentry. 1476 now. The bit deer or whatever it's called. See, and it also goes through your AI if you have it. As you have it sorted, see how it's moving now. The next one will be Cato, CATO. I've sorted it on the profit percent. Oh, I see why you're talking about the GYGI. It's actually, wow, that is tremendous move. Tremendous move. And look at the reentry. Well, guess what I'm doing my video on? Game Your Game. Never heard of it. Started trading last month. Just got halted. Low float. Never heard. Well, just started trading last month. Now, I don't know if it was an IPO. I'd have to look at my IPO calendar. I don't know if it was an IPO or a SPAC or a symbol name change. You see where it says position and lifetime rate? Well, that might make sense because it did get up to 32 one of those days. Let's go back. So it was the week of July 27th. That's when it started trading like this. Again, I don't know if it was an IPO. And I heard a little pop. That means Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I am going to take a break in the main room. We'll see you in about 1 hour from now. And now I can welcome Mr. Gomez to our YouTube room. Have you seen that GYGY?
I have not. I'm not a GYGY. I'm not. Wow, I don't. That's not the stuff I'm usually in. No.
No, but it's from our AI. That's all.
I was just going to look. I figured you were going to say that. Yeah.
And it's halted right now. What a move! And look at the reentry. You could have got in on the reentry at two. Well, the original price was 227. It hit the stop at 220. Came back to the reentry price at 224.
I see that.
And you could have and from there, let's see, from there, see, so it hit the. I'm just looking. Yeah, from there it ripped.
Well, once it broke through a key moving average I use on the 15-minute chart, yeah, it took off.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Now, where it goes now, I mean, it's halted. And from where it goes now, I don't know. But boy, and in fact, I'm looking at the halt. The potential open is 325. The potential open.
A very small float.
Mm-hmm. Good volume. It started trading in the week of July the 24th. That's why there's not a lot of historic.
No, it's very, very, very new. You're right. IPO.
Mm-hmm. All right, Steve.
All right.
I'll leave you and I'll come back. I promise.
Okay, you promise. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
See you. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. We're on day 3 of the gap down surprise attack that we kind of had this week. This would be Tuesday, I guess. So 1, 2, days 3, ideally, if we can just kind of hang on to these levels, we've got some decent support area here, and it's not out of the realm of unusual behavior after a big, 3-week run right there to give a little bit back and settle in here and build a higher low. That's kind of what I'm hoping for because I'm long and strong in my hedge fund mode over here. I'm not swing trading. I'm not really, scalping. Or day trading. I mean to say, I'm just I'm positioned in a lot of things and have been positioned in a lot of things since like down here. So I've been adding to a few things, trimming a few things that haven't worked. But for the most part, it's a lot of crypto and a lot of energy. So you guys have heard me talk a lot about XRP, and XRPI is the ETF. It's doing me solid. I've got the crypto and I've got the ETF here, XRPI. XRP yesterday went, yeah, it's brutal the way the action is right now. Matter of fact, if I had any cash, I don't, but I'd probably try to buy some here. Look, I got to get rid of that sometimes. When we look back, I just mentioned to Andy, we see a lot of these stocks that are taking out and questioning yesterday's lows. They're making it very hard. This is one of numerous stocks I'm seeing. SMR, I think, just kind of did the same thing. So as usual, I'm going to wait until I get to the end of the day before I decide what stays and what goes. But I'm still bullish on this. I mean, this is an investment position trade. I'm not trying to swing trade or day trade this. I just want to. I've been in since down here. I got a little bit off here. I bought some more yesterday, so I'm underwater on that piece I bought yesterday. But I'm fully, resigned to just have a nice higher low here. And if we can blast through, and again, the trade of the week is not live, you guys. The trade of the week is to take out the anchored VWAP. I'm trying to play anticipatory games here and maybe get long before and add to it. But if you're waiting for confirmation on this one, there's nothing there. I'm doing it a bit more contrarily, kind of leaning on this 50-day. So hopefully we get a bounce here midday. Otherwise, we'll have to, maybe reevaluate, sell a little bit, lighten up a little bit. I don't know. But SMR is the other company I have along with that one. I'm just super bullish on the energy prospects of what could be coming to run all the data centers. The data centers have had their run. And then Nibius basically kind of finally dropped a secondary and it can't find its own, can't find a bid now for the moment. But I think the power play is going to be power. And so whether it's a nuke, uranium, I've got some UEC taking out yesterday's lows in that one. Modular nuke taking out today's lows. Alloy has been a real bugger, but it looks like I might want to settle in here to the support, which is right at the same spot as that 20. And once again, if you're going to try and play the long game, if you're going to ride that long, I can't sit here and cry about a 1/3 pullback. So still very much in the money from down here. And I added to it yesterday. So hopefully turn around here. What else? Oh, HYMC was a great one. This is a silver exposure, silver miner. Not doing as well as the other silver miners. Look, SIL is positive. All the other stocks that are silver are positive, FSM, etc. But HYMC is kind of taking its time today, but I'm not too worried about that one. I'm in the money in Hertz. This is a weird play. I was just trying to grab a short squeeze. I sold some of it up here, bought a little bit of it back, but it needs to hold this level for me. I don't have a lot of conviction on this one. This is one I bought yesterday, so I'm underwater in it, AEVA, just a day early. I didn't sell it this morning. I thought it might test that low right there and bounce, but it hasn't. I mentioned I'll probably just wait till the end of the day, and this could be a likely culprit that I don't have a lot of conviction in. I just tried to play a technical bounce, and so if this thing can't get in gear at the close, I'll probably liquidate that one. What else are we playing with here? I think I showed you all of them. Oh, ARQQ is a quant play also. A lot of pullbacks in stocks today, but 3 days. I've talked about it before. After a big run A lot of my trades look like this big run. You got to accept 3 days of pullback. It's not one, it's not two, it's usually three to four, 3.5. So I want to just sit and be patient and see, the good news is that when you sit through these digestion periods, if you do get confirmation in the bar reversal and you see the buyers and the bidders jump back in, you've just suffered the worst part of position trading. Hopefully it's onward to take out new highs again in all the things that I'm sitting in. So I'm resigned to the fact I've had a good Monday, Tuesday, but a good day yesterday too, but giving some a little bit of it back. That's to be expected. You can't just go up every day, especially when you're not as fully diversified as I am. My diversification consists of crypto, which is doing very well. XRPI to be exact. I've also got some ABTC. I forgot about that one. That's it. Look, you guys, I meant to mention this because I knew I was coming live. I talked last week about the 50-day moving average, declining 50. You're going to run right smack into that. You're probably not going to get through it on that day. You might pull back and then push through, but ABTC, it found its sellers as it should have at the 50, but with all the strength overnight in crypto, it gapped above and now it's trading above the 50. So maybe that's going to be it for the first hurdle there in that one. Okay, so there's XE trying to just really flirt with yesterday's lows, but it's right on the 50-day moving average. There we go. It's a better view. All right, guys, happy Thursday. Those are my positions. Those are my thoughts. Obviously, I'm not bearish. I'm fully long, but today is kind of a decisive day. We really need to see a little bit of bidding going into tomorrow. One of the reasons we're up is the Treasury is starting to manipulate treasuries. They're buying back. So they're basically saying, if you got long-term treasuries, we'll buy them back from you. And people run to the window and they load up their pockets with cash, the institutions, and then they have that cash to deploy into other things, stocks, gold, silver. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more of that. I'm not a macroeconomist. I don't really understand all that stuff, but all I understand is that the market reacted well to it. And that's all I need to know. Gosh, I'm really surprised HYMC can't get going today with silver and gold strong. It's really ridiculous. We go back to the daily. We've got a lot of work to do there at the 200. This thing's been underwater for a while, under the 200. After a great run, hopefully we can pick it back up. But, I see certainly see that. Yeah, we need crypto to just continue to build, and ABTC's been so built up, and they're one of the few remaining true Bitcoin miners. And you never know. You could see Bitcoin shoot back up to 100, and the other ones, Mara and Riot and Hut and Cypher and all those others that pivoted to go into the AI cloud compute business, which is now becoming kind of almost oversaturated. Are they going to wish they maybe stayed with Bitcoin mining? Who knows? But ABTC, the point is, it's a pure play on Bitcoin, and that's the only reason I own it. Look at that fall from grace back there. I mean, this thing was in the 70s before it fell. It was also repriced with a reverse split down here, but has it's basically back above its reverse split price right around here. I think this is when the news came out that they were going to do that reverse split. So we're kind of heading back into that zone. Gave up on that one. Also gave up on EOSE. Kind of glad I did. The ones I don't really know a lot about or have a lot of conviction about, I'll cut quickly if they don't look good on the charts. But there's a few in here that I've got a lot of research on and a lot of conviction, like the energy plays, and of course the XRP. I'm not going to cut those. DJT, I own that as well. I'm not going to cut that one. This also has the energy component as well as the Bitcoin component and the other stuff they do, which is to be determined. But this is the point in the day where I'd like to see some of these things that are really threatening on the daily with 3 days of pullback. I'd like to see them start to firm up here for going into the second half of the day, hopefully. If not, at least the last hour. Let's see. I was going to play with something. Let's take a look here. Slam into the 130. Pull back to the 130. Share. Copy. All right. What am I going to do with that? Well, I'm going to launch the AI assistant. Oh, I don't want to do. Hang on a second. Let me redo that. So I'm going to load from cloud that I've got. Let me load it first. Holly doesn't speak cloud. Holly speaks collab. So we've got to turn this code into a collaborate. Copy. What I'm essentially going to do is, and I saw, by the way, this is really cool because on Tuesday I showed some of you guys how to do this. And then later in the day, I was monitoring our AI assistant's back office dashboard, and we can see all the queries and all the questions. It kind of gives us an idea of what's being asked or how it's being utilized. I saw somebody, maybe even two people, doing what I did, and that is, hey, Holly, can you show me how to improve on this basic scan? So that's what I'm going to do right now. If you missed it, it's a pretty cool example. So I know what this scan is supposed to do. It's supposed to give me pullbacks to this blue line and buy off the blue line here in the 15-minute chart. But I've got the collaborate link, I believe. Let's copy that. And then I can open the AI assistant and ask the question, how can I improve on this scan? Let's see what I get. Here's your pullback to the 130 strategy summary. Alerts when a stock makes a new 52-week low. It's not a 52-week low, but let's see what goes on there. Suggested improvements. Revised configuration. All right. Which direction appeals to you? Long. So qualifying question, which is really cool. Long direction, I'm going to qualify. And the AI will create the scan and launch the scan. Okay, she added RSI to oversold confirmation, added a running up confirmation. Okay, let's just see. Oops, pull that out. SPLB. Interesting. Configure. Change in 10 days. I'll try something different. I'm going to say, tell me about this scan. Click the trash can to start over. Tell me about this scan and what it is looking for to go long. Oops, I need to give you the collaboration. There it is. A bearish mean reversion scan looking for stocks making new lows while pulled back or slightly crossing the 15-minute 130, correct? The setup targets stocks that have already moved down at least 3%. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Issues, unknowns, or ambiguities. The scan is fundamentally bearish. I'm going to let Holly know the scan here is being used by me as a contrarian reversal to buy for short term moves. Just kind of, it's not really a question, it's more of a directive. Great to hear. Okay, so yeah, let's see if there's any way we can improve on that. Is there any way to improve on this scan looking for reversals at the 130 SMA and holding for day trades? Thinking. To enhance a contrarian reversal scan, here's a few ideas. Wow, interesting. Combined with other indicators. I don't know if I'm going to take any of that advice, but it's kind of cool that they're is offering something there. Anyway. Midday oversold action here in some of my names. This is why I don't panic out and try to sell things that I want to sell, maybe like AEVA. You won't sell me. You won't see me pound out of this here at 12:20 Eastern after it's been down 3 days and kicked. I mean, you're almost guaranteeing to set yourself up for frustration because, it's probably going to bounce here pretty soon. It's not always the right, depends on how you're playing your time frame. But I just want to show you when I look left, what I see here is a giant gap. So we're always looking left to see if we can find pivots or support resistance or gaps. In this case, that's right there. I wonder if I what would happen if I put an anchored VWAP on there at the bottom. Yeah, we broke that. So I don't have a lot of conviction in this name. I could barely tell you what they do. I know they're kind of robotics and drones or autonomous vehicle type stuff, but I can rotate that into something I'm more comfortable with. There's just no stop in a silver. This is a beautiful breakout using this ETF. And this is how it works. You push up, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of frustration, and now we've got some direction. We just took out the new high. Very bullish for silver. Gold, probably the same. Gold's getting, the ETF's getting stuck there at that 200. But the real story here is the breakout from consolidation. So you have move, consolidation, and then continued move in the same direction as the path of least resistance. A lot of stuff just being stubborn on the third day of pullback here since the market broke early in the week. It's just kind of a slow grind lower. It's not real panic. You could look at the VIX. The VIX isn't really in any panic either. It's just grinding lower. Oh, this alloy is really making it tough. But in the bigger scheme of things, that's just a normal pullback. You won't see me selling here midday. Look how much distance there is below this 5-day moving average. That's huge, very oversold. We could even put a RSI on there for intraday. No, I don't want that. I want intraday RSI down to 23. Sometimes Andy's right too. He'll look at a chart and say, I still see some white in that space there. And the bottom of the candle and the top of the moving average, there's still some daylight in there. And the way algos and quants run this market is once they're heading for that, they probably want to touch it. So I'm always resigned to the fact that I may have to suffer a little bit more pullback. There's a tiny gap there as well, too. That could be the worst of it. We'll see. Anyway, I can look at any charts you guys want to look at. I mean, there's probably a lot of interesting ones out there. They're all pretty much pulling back today. It's just a matter of how much. I think today's a good day for looking at relative strength. What's not pulling back as much as the other. I notice SMR is not pulling back as much as the others, like Oklo and NNE and XE, which I'm in. So those four horsemen, SMR is holding up kind of the best. So that's not lost on me here. If we turn around and start to get some bids back in the market, you want to make sure you kind of know what the relative names that are strong are. Here's a 15-minute chart. And if you're not aware of what happened yesterday in crypto, and by the way, look, XRP, my darling, is up 14%. XLM also, that's up 7%. But old Bitcoin, your grandfather's crypto, is only up 4%. So talk about relative strength in crypto. Yeah, and what happened was yesterday, right about here, people realized that the actual White House was going to have a meeting with the Treasury Secretary and the CFTC and Coinbase and Robinhood and Ripple, XRP, and Chainlink and numerous others, Treasury Secretary, Commerce Secretary, all the players in the administration and all the players in the private sector coming together behind closed doors at the White House, and the price tells the story. This shit is coming. It's going to happen. And because that seems like somebody hit the starting gun, now we see kind of the true colors of the breakdown of the different utility coins. I'm in HBAR, XLM, and XRP. These are all utilities. They can be used. They have a function, and they're going to find their way in the global digital finance. Bitcoin, or some call beta test coin, might have just been the beta test to see if the public would embrace it and work the bugs out. But it has no utility. It's got zero utility. You can't buy anything with it. You can go buy a car with it, but you're both going to sit there and stare at each other for 30 minutes while the damn, chain processes the transaction. Whereas XRP ledger will process the transaction in 3 to 5 seconds at the most. So we're on our way now to start differentiating between the utility coins and the what we call Bitcoin store of value. Whatever that digital value is going to be, you can call it digital gold. That's really the function of what Bitcoin is going to be. It's going to be an asset on people and institutions' books, and it's not going to really much have utility. I don't go down to Vons or Safeway and bring a gold coin with me. That would just confuse. It's the same thing as trying to use Bitcoin for transactions. And I haven't even talked about. And when I started buying these things, I didn't even know. I had no idea. It's an absolute bonus. The whole the AI agents, they're already up and running and transacting and creating this whole new digital commerce layer. Small payments here and there, but setting things up and creating subscription. They are using the digital blockchain to do that. And as that becomes more pronounced in the future, as more and more agents, AI agents, start creating more of the transactional economy there, that's not including peer to peer, which is XLM. That's not including bank to bank, which is XRP. It's not including enterprise commerce, which is HBAR. So it's kind of exciting that that news actually happened yesterday, and it's translating into one of the reasons I'm doing. Not one of the reasons I'm not doing worse today is because XRPI. I'm long that. Wants to go to highs. It looks like HBAR has an ETF too. It's HBR. I don't participate in that one. And then ABTC. I'm in this one as well. So, but again, you would look at the Bitcoin's being outperformed by XRP 3-1, maybe more. All right, I saw a question. What about XOS? Seems to be. Let's take a look. Is that SOX? What are we doing? This is a. Okay, this is a stock. Wild earnings gap down. They had some good news. It looks like pulled back. This is not like a easy one to trade if this is the one you're talking about. Churning. Yeah, indeed, it's churning. This kind of stuff is very difficult to play. It's a new issue. Gap down, gap up, gap down, trade back up. But look at this, you guys. This is really interesting. This is why I use these two moving averages. Where did it find support? Pull back to the 130. We just talked about that. Where is it finding support in the run that we have here going? The 10 SMA, which I call the momentum line. Those are just my only two guardrails. And we pull up this XOS, which is definitely churning, but my two guardrails here kind of give you a little bit of semblance on how you might be able to trade a churning stock. So maybe like right there, you saw that it looks like the buyers were going to hold that if you were paying attention, and you could have added or bought right there. And then you watch right here and you think, okay, I'm in the money. I'd like to sell it, but if it goes up to here to fill the gap, I'm going to be mad if I sell it here. If I put a stop in right here, they might get me. So I'll just watch it and I'll wait for the next 15-minute candle, which is 1 minute away. And as long as each 15-minute candle stays above the 10 SMA, you stay in the trade. Those are the basic rules I use that set up with. More XRPI highs. Yep, let's go. Yeah, the GLD is really trying. We could go back to the futures. We need to get back above that 4,500. It looks like. Looks like they're settling into 4,500 here. There's our new candle. But in terms of the ETF, yeah, it's just looking for a reason to try and break above the 200-day moving average. There's a little uptick in the red line, which means at the bottom of the hour here, there might be a little sell program kind of kicking in. That's why I like to use this. You can kind of quickly see a little change in the wind, just so you're not caught off guard. Look at all the tickers start to turn red following this indicator. Your P&L goes down a little bit. It's just the way it is. All right, bottom of the hour. Whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm going to go back to 30-minute chart. I just like that better. You can kind of just see how nothing was happening, and then people started to realize, everybody's at the White House behind closed doors, and probably something going to come of it. The banks are not happy. They do not want to share with stable coins because they've been able to play their own little game. And stable coins basically just mean it's super competition for the banks. And so you've got idiots like Elizabeth Warren just flat out lying, making stuff up because she's the puppet for the banks and trying to dissuade everybody from going to crypto. So nice they are. So helpful. Geez, Baba. Pre-market earnings. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, this alloy is just, I'm going to put in a price alert right here because I know this is where it's heading. That's probably where it wants to go right there. Over 14 cents. Just really surprised HYMC's silver miner is red on the day when all the rest of them are green. But what are you going to do? Another gap fill right there. Seems like the true colors in this market usually come out in the last half hour of the day. So that's one of the reasons I like to wait before I make decisions on what I want to pare back or keep. Well, now you have a situation where, like I said, once they rang the bell back here and it just became as obvious as could be that the utility coins and XRP is going to lead that charge, they're up 15% now with Bitcoin up 4%. So almost a 4-to-1. You're not getting a pullback. People who want to buy this thing, like, oh, just give me a pullback and I'll buy it. Well, you're not getting it. And the longer it keeps putting consecutive candles together, the more pent up demand there is chasing it. And at some point, they'll stop chasing it and let it come in. But when you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's 8 hours of buying, 8 hours of solid buying here. And the people who want the pullback, sometimes they don't get the pullback and they have to chase the train that's leaving the station, or so they think. Wow. A little sell hiccup there, so now it's kind of abating and pulling back. Maybe that was the worst of it. A lot of times, and it's just, God, it just confirms everything I know. The clock hit 12:30 Eastern right on the nose, and that's when the sell program. I mean, sometimes these programs are lazy as hell. Why not 12:32 or 12:37? Nope, 12:30. New candles new 30-minute candles, new 5, new 15-minute candles, sell program. All right. I mean, the market behaves like a computer sometimes. Love to see the NASDAQ spike back up and at least reclaim the 50-day moving average here on the daily chart. That would be nice. But if and when we do get a bounce, they're going to run right smack into the, if we get it, run right smack into the 5-day, which again is a 130 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Rum has been strong because I think people forgot that it was a data center. And once the data centers got strong again, rum was not overlooked. So in that one as well. I'd love to see this one reverse. It's a good spot to reverse right here. But yeah, that's about all I have to show you guys today. If you have any questions, we can run through it some more. But don't forget, I really want to just remind everybody, whether you have a question about trade ideas or you want to, have the use the collaboration string to have the AI check your scan and see if there's any way to improve it. There's just tons of information now that's now available through this little portal here. And especially if you're having trouble, there's a great resource. It tags all of our videos and resources, and you don't have to come to live chat that way. You can just kind of get your information the way you need it. And most people are getting more and more familiar with using AI that we're kind of seeing it. So that's a slow adoption roll over to the AI where you can get the questions you need, after hours or on weekends. Yeah, so the VWAP is on the day you're talking about? Today's VWAP on the day? Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yes, it is. It's exactly what Trader 77 is talking about. I just popped the VWAP in there. And so everybody that is, trying to work sell orders, they're going to sell hard and furious right here because they're close to the VWAP. If you're a sell order and you're working a sell order for a big institution or a firm and you start really aggressively selling here, you're going to be fired because look at the distance away. So they wait for the price to come up in and then they turn on the seller, turn it on, turbo sell. But all that means is if they don't get their way and roll it back over to lows, this is why this area becomes significant. This value of volume weighted average price is sitting right here. If they can flip the tables and all of a sudden get the price trending back above this again, the sellers are losing out because this is where they should be their most aggressive right here, defending that VWAP on the day for their institutional sell orders. It was a skosh, a tad above my 10 SMA, close enough for government work. Another new XRPI high. Wow. This is great to see. It's over 16% now. I was trading just $1 yesterday morning. Now we're up to $1.28. Yeah, good eye there, Trader 77. Well, I think, and the way I illustrated that is really what's at stake here in the moment. If they can push through that VWAP on today, the sellers might become a little bit more shy. And look at this. We're so close to the 50-day moving average. This is what I really want to see. By the end of the day, I want to see, this is an acceptable close right here. We got a doji. We have now traded right where we opened. We're threatening the VWAP again, and we're just resting right on the 50-day. So this is a real neutral area right here. If we can just hold this area. And we're getting a bit of a buy program here at the same time. A little upturn in the green line there. Kind of a neutral day. It's not a real bad, 80% sell, 20% buy day. It's a 50-50 for the most part. So again, that just kind of tells me we're probably on day 3 of needed pullback and needed consolidation. But in the meanwhile, a lot of these stocks just get caught up in the twister of being down 6% when they shouldn't necessarily need to be. But that's the market we have these days. Stocks just get punished down 10% on alloy. This is one I was interested at one time too. This could be an interesting pullback. They make microcontrollers. This is all about robotics. So LAES would be a robotics company. If they pop back up here above that red line before the close, that's a nice looking setup. That's the kind of stuff I'd take home at night. Just because you waited for the close and it looks like it's going to close strong, you get pent up demand overnight, and sometimes you get a nice gap up the next day. You never know. So I've been known to initiate and put on positions at the close if I saw something like that. Oh, go XRP. I'm really chasing it now. It'll be a game of chase and then retreat, chase and retreat, hopefully. The CFTC is also meeting today at the White House, so there could be some more nuggets and headlines that come out, because crypto just kind of seems to have turned on a dime. There's no coincidence it happened yesterday at that meeting. All right, guys, I'm here for like another 10 minutes, so if you need any assistance with anything, let me know. Seeing a lot of charts starting to look like this here, pretty sharp bounces. Let's go back and look at that NASDAQ. So the top of that line really was the anchored VWAP. So I could just put a price alert in there just to kind of nudge me if the trade price gets back up to new highs, and it'll likely take out that VWAP. We'll see. And then again, we could just close right around here, and it would be an acceptable close. Day 3, a doji on the NASDAQ. I'll take it. A lot of times you can get reversals off of a doji. Price opens up, rolls back to lows, makes a new low, and then closes right where you opened. You have a little plus sign. That's called a doji. There we go. New 30-minute high in AVA. I need that. Maybe get some bar reversals here. But this is probably the one of my portfolio I don't have much conviction on. So this thing's going to really have to show me. Okay, there's the NASDAQ challenging the VWAPs, and you'll start to see a lot of green ticks coming through on things probably. There's our new candle. Let's see if they can build on that. But for the first time, we now have a closing candle right there, the one that just closed, handily above the 10 SMA. This one was a rejection. The one before it was a rejection. But this last one solidly closed above the 10 SMA. And this is like usually the beginnings of an intraday reversal if you can hold that. It's time to stand up. Just bought a golf net and a golf mat for the backyard. New addiction. Thanks for pointing that out, Trader, because it looks like we're trying to build on it. That could be healthy going into the rest of the day. We'll see. I think the big story is there's no panic selling. And again, if I show you in the VIX, it's just a steady sell. There's no panic selling. We're actually rolling over now. Nobody's buying in the VIX at the moment. This is a panic market right there, that green spike. That spike back there is a panic market. We're just bleeding. There's complacency on the sell side. I think today is day 3, and it's just a normal market. Needed it. Long TQQ, yeah, and that's the way to do it. Trader, you're stalking price action. You're watching it closely. You see a trigger point. It triggers. Why would you just buy the Qs? If you've got your hand on the pulse, you take advantage of the levered ETFs and you ride them for as long as you dare. I used to do that all the time when I did more day trading and swing trading. I'd hold it for a couple of days, but that's the way to do it. Yeah, watching closely, be very familiar with your price levels, and you can't beat the quants, but you can beat all the other human retail traders. If you're really watching and you're on your game. And trust me, I will use buy stop orders too. Like what I could have, if I was doing what you did and I didn't want to wait, and I thought that, the minute, 71 was taken out in TQQ, I could have put like a buy stop at 71 and just waited for that to trigger. Because sometimes when it hits that number, sending an order, you could lose a few cents. So I have no problem using buy stops once a level is taken out to the upside and triggers that stop market buy. Get back up there with your friends. Silver miner. Here's the silver miners looking strong, of which HYMC is a part of, and it can't get out of its own way here for the moment. It's probably being accumulated and somebody's working a really vicious order. All right, guys, I'll be here another 5 minutes. Speak now or hold your peace. If you need help with something, go XRP. No, now they're just like parabolically chasing it. 17%. All right. I've been pounding the table on this thing, and now the relative strength versus the rest of the crypto is basically kind of confirming this might be for real. GLDM. And yes, if you're watching it that closely, 2-minute charts are perfect, trader. I don't use 2-minute, but if you're really watching something that close and that's your time frame, 2 minutes is a good time frame. GLDM. Oh, that's the gold. Yeah, it looks at the chart sure looks familiar there, doesn't it? So another vehicle to participate in gold. PHYS is the Sprott Physical. A little bit of strength actually because they audit their gold. It's almost like having a custodian without having a custodian, because SLV and GLD are crap. They're just paper. In the end, if you said, hey, I want to take delivery on my GLD, they'd laugh at you. But PHYS, when they say, well, we can't take delivery, we can prove to you that the gold is in our vaults and you own X%. And the same with PSLV. So I've always been fascinated by the Sprott Fund, because at some point in the future, I predict the game is going to be up for SLV and GLD. They're full of paper. They can't back up physically what they say they have. they did, they're probably lying. Whereas PSLV, the Sprott funds are audited constantly, so you guarantee that you've got a third party audit. Oh, God, look at this thing go. It'll be up 20% soon. It could go from 1 to 2 in a few days. But it's good to see. It just kind of confirms what I was hoping. Rum bouncing. Rum doesn't want to sell off more than its 5-day moving average there. You see that? And again, I think this is it's a lagger on the AI data center. They never really participated with the others. And then the CEO came out and said, hey, don't forget, we've got 250 megawatts of AI compute for sale, for lease. So they're in that space too. Sorry.
There goes Steve clacking away on the keyboard.
Well,
You and Chris. Chris has got an old, sounds like an old typewriter keyboard.
I was doing I was doing a text. Maybe that's what you heard.
Yeah. Oh no, I heard different.
Oh.
But it's not the soft keys. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's not the soft. Like when I'm typing, you don't hear anything, right? I'm just typing now. You don't hear anything.
Yeah, I actually had the clicking ones, and it drove my wife crazy, and I was getting kind of annoyed with it too. So I had to get rid of the clicker ones.
Well, it sounds like you do, though. That's what I mean. It sounds like you do have a kind of a clicky.
Nope.
Yeah.
There's not much. There's no click in there.
Oh, really? Well, I'm hearing a lot of click on my end. Let's do a poll, okay? Okay, get out of here. Okay, thanks, Steve.
I'll see you next week.
You bet. Bye-bye.
But let's see. Where am I going here? Leave studio.
All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to recapture the screen. Add to the stage. Hopefully I'm not in cinema mode. And back in the main room. Message is gone. One last thing to do. Music. All right, guys. Okay, so what time is it now? 12:55. So let's see. Anything? This NXTT can be kind of fun. So over 10. Yeah, Steve has had that XRP for seemingly years. Okay, and so yeah, look at all the different ways you can trade it. Steve, as in Steve Gomez. Okay, I don't know what XRP, the stock, like the actual coin, is right now in terms of a price, but look at these. There's so many now to trade. There's XRPT, XRPZ, XRP. It's amazing. And yet then you go to a Walmart's and they don't have one. Oh man, William. Tell me you took advantage of UPST. Tell me, even if you have to lie to me. Never hit your target reentry. Wow. I mean, this is just, I mean, the last thing I can remember, I'm not in it. Okay. I was on my break, but the last thing I can remember saying is that it's not going to stay here for the rest of the day. It's going to go one way or the other. Well, it went this way. Cinema mode. Okay. I wasn't sure. Pepe. I don't know why it goes into that mode when, just give me a moment. There we go. Should be okay now. Thanks, Pepe. Steve must does something when he leaves. It always seems to happen when he leaves. Okay, guys, let's see now. It's not AT&T. I want to say that, but it is not. It is AT&T, and this is a potential. Let's see now. Big update yesterday. It's actually an earnings play today, pre-market. Yeah. So the bets were being placed yesterday that it was going to be good because look at this, and it got over the 200-day moving average, but the earnings came out and kersplat. Pretty low float, 24 million in the float. My guess is the spread. Well, the spread is about a dime, not terrible. Last time I saw this, it was just over 10. So NXCT really, really ripped. As you say, China stocks, low flow China stocks. I mean, the next high on a wow. Okay, I remember this one now. The next high on a weekly chart is 50. Okay, it got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. So where could it open? So there's a halt, 1112, potential open in the 12 level. Just not seeing too many bounces, of the bouncers toppers. What I see are mild bounces and then continuations down, which is how, with the market, weak today. It's, the market. I mean, the SPY's not terrible. I mean, it's down a couple of points, but the Dow is definitely getting a mini thumping, down 400 points. Qs are down 3. And meanwhile, here's another way to play. Why are there so many? Why are there so many with this XRP? There's another one. This one, UXRP. Let's see if NXTT has, probably not. Interactive Brokers, probably not shorts available. Well, it could be a stellar open, guys. 1220. Doesn't have to stay here, of course. What time did it get halted? 1258 plus 34 seconds. So 1302. How about 1303 plus 34 seconds? So maybe a couple of minutes from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. So, William, what is up for you today as far as keeping the room open after I leave, if at all? 3-ish again. Okay. Okay, guys, about a minute if it's going to be a 5-minute halt for this one to open. Let's see how this is changing at all. 12:22 still here. 11:12 on the halt. All day long, almost, William. AAP. All day long, almost. Other than that little jog up, this has been basically straight down off earnings. Yeah, I see it here. But let's take a look now, guys. Is this going to open? If it's opening, it's going to be about 10 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. I'll answer in a second there, William. Want to see if this opens? Nope. Looks like it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt then. All right, guys. Well, a 10-minute, probably at least a 10-minute then. Remember, I was looking at XOS. I think it had to take out 380 or something, or four. Yeah, didn't do it. I don't see WXM. I know you're not talking about this one, but I don't see WXM. Is the WXM? Yeah, the volume is way too. It's not. That's why it's not showing up anywhere for me. 59,000. Unless it gets halted, and then when it comes out of the halt, the volume explodes. But yeah, I'm following that MRNY. Yeah, and that is yeah. So Moderna must be down at least 25% or so in that range anyway. I was thinking that this was going to get it going up here, but Yeah, it got into the VWAP. That's the last time I was looking at this. It was right into the VWAP, but could not get through it. Ooh. uh, okay, give me a moment. Okay, guys. Yeah, so here's Moderna. I want to see if there's any actual news on it to say, other than, of course, the news from yesterday. Any more headlines on it? All right, wow, we opened up, guys. NXCT opened up and it exploded. So now, probably going to get halted again. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm looking at the spread. The spread's got to tighten for that to get halted. Well, this is time and sales at its best. Look how rapidly it's trading, and look at the spread. I mean, that's oh man, it looks like they're getting halted on the way down now. Could. Wow, this is a wild one right now. Very wild. Yeah, I don't. Well, I didn't even look. I don't think there's shorts available for me. What? I wonder if I could have done it. NX. Yeah, there were shorts available also for me. 31,000. I don't know, but I'm not sure they would have let me do it. But well, no, well, Paul, no, that's just the actual. That's you got it reversed. The outstanding shares will be more, less. I mean, that's why. I mean, they did 100 to 1. That means they had 148,000 before. So 148 million. Sorry. Do I know how you came up with or 11 or 10? Jeez, I got to get out of here. 1303. Let's see. Can I figure that out? Certainly nothing here other than the high was up here at 1319, but nope, don't know how. That high was just a little bit, it was about 13, 18. Shoot. I was going to reshort the ONON and I might be a little too late now. I took the ratio of the high and the low on that January 6th daily candle, multiplied it by the daily open for it. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Have you done something like that before on other stocks or and you must be feeding that into Excel or something, right? I wouldn't dare short this right now. I mean, it looks I mean, I could get it at 1087 right now if they would let me. Now, I noticed that there have been some snapped up at Interactive Brokers. There were 33,000. Now there are 29,000. Yeah, I mean, I mean, this did not hit 40,000 or whatever up here. Did not hit $44,000. No. Have to take into account all the reverse splits that happened. And there was more than a 1 for 100. Multiply them all together, all the ratios together, and that gets you your split adjusted price. Boy, oh boy, this one is really ripping here. This GLPI. I mean, it got through the that high right there. The next high is 44.23. Getting close. I'm aware of it because it's telling me look for a potential short. Okay, guys, 116. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. We'll see if we get anything happening from the 130 time period on. Maybe some of these low floaters will take off again. Doesn't look like NXTT is going to do it though. It just got halted on the way down. All right, clicking on my homepage link, very top. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So you can get 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard or premium plan. You'll get the 15% off the two monthlies there or the two annuals, okay? All I ask, if you take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Using my code helps to keep these two rooms free and moderating a YouTube room and the main room here. And the company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. This room, also the trading room, is open at 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so if you're looking for YouTube, is not. If you're looking for a room to interact with other traders in the pre-market, come in here, the trading room. This is free also. And another perk is that when I leave, I usually leave. I've been actually staying a little bit later the last few days, but if I leave at around the 2 o'clock time period, normally William now is keeping this room open till 3ish. So this room is open. Well, when I leave, I have to shut down YouTube. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Steve Gomez, who did his 12-to-1 stint on YouTube today. He's the originator of the trades of the week, so you can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section, click on the more info. If you're just taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this, mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, you're in the room, and these are both free rooms. You don't have to be a subscriber. But you're wondering about the product? Well, this is what I would do. I would take a look, start off that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what we can do. And you know what? You can just try us for a month if you want. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. But I would do this first. It may not be what you want. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. Here are the ones that I'm currently sharing. This one over here is the big volatile race. Lots of action in this race. This is a large cap race. I don't have it displayed right now, but I do have a large cap race also. Upside versus downside movers is right here. Trend reversals right here. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And I have some other scans that I don't have any. I don't have my gap scan up today. Decided to just take a look at the bouncers toppers, which is not here. But if you're interested in it, I can give it to you. So if you have questions, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. Boy, look at this. This is what I haven't seen one like this for a while. Like a stock that gets beaten up on earnings and then just kind of continues down all day long. Makes me feel way better. Okay, thanks. No, this got ugly. I was hoping maybe when I clicked on it that it would be sort of hanging around the VWAP, just sort of into the VWAP, but it's not. It's underneath the VWAP. That's the IPST. So probably not going to be very good then. Okay, NXTT just opened and lower so far. Now, with that float again, and if a lot of volume comes in, like that sort of volume comes in, it could do something crazy. I see the CDTG It's halted again on the way down, or just resumed, I guess, or no, halted on the way down. What did it get to today? Got up to 470. I think maybe people have had enough. You know, when I say it like that, I mean, look what happened the last 2 days. Yeah, it looks good to a certain extent. 2 days ago, got up to 857, closed at 336, got up to almost the same price, closed a little lower. I mean, these are bad, bad sell-offs, not able to hold their gains. And now today, you know what? They were probably tempting people thinking, yeah, 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 it's going to get up there. But I think people are getting a little wise to this one now, at least for today. It's at the low of the day now. Guys, it just looks so weak. Yeah, I'm talking about the BBNX. I mean, there's the next low looking left on the weekly is down here. It's at 1568, 1752 on the daily. You know, it's sort of based a little bit, but it just looks like it just wants to continue down. I don't know what they Beta Bionics. Okay, it's not an earnings play. Decent volume, good, not bad relative volume. I'm trying to tell anybody to short it, but I'm definitely interested. You know, had the one brief bounce here, right there, but could not keep going, and just not an earnings play. Let's see if there's any specific news for it. I don't think there's any specific news on it. I think it's just, you know, the bio. Well, it's in the sector. IBB is weak, of course, because of Moderna. All right, guys, you don't see a buy for Moderna yet. Let's see where it could. Let's see if there's any sort of, is it under 130? Oh, wow. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's I mean, there's the low of yesterday at 113. How about Merck? Is it dropping also? MRK, that they're their partners. They should be dropping. Not much though. Nowhere near as much as Moderna. So maybe this will start to play catch up a little bit more. So they are calling that Moderna's historic short squeeze because I guess of the 14% float. Yeah, so that probably really contributed to the rise. Come on, catch up. All right, guys, 129. So the way things are going now, I'm not seeing anything that I'm really excited about trading in terms of a low float. This is what are we Thursday? The last 3 days, though, we've had some great low floaters that have sort of persisted in the afternoon. Yeah, I'm not sure I would have been able to short it. I mean, I know there's shorts available, but they may have told me, no, you can't short it. I don't know. Never tried, but yeah, that's a lot of money if you could have shorted it at 1330 or 1330, whatever you said that, what 1303 or whatever that number was. Because that is getting, yeah, that is a thumping now. You saw this. This is this Guggenheim, right? GOF, all time low. Saw up here just continuing to crater. Well, they're definitely exhausting to trade. They are mentally. Yeah, there's that AAP making another new low. Almost took it, on that 41 break, but almost doesn't count. Well, I'd like to find one like this tomorrow. Just one of these nice, nice shorts all day, basically. Just waiting on this BBNX, guys. It's having a little pop up, but I'm still interested in a potential short on it. There's a little move up. See if it gets stalled right around here and then continues down. I'll put a price alert around 1880. See if it takes that out. Again, why am I interested? Just because of the room it's got underneath. Okay, that's all. Well, here Win guys, for whatever reason, Win Resorts. This is on a mission right now. WYNN. So will that 100, that big psychological number of 100, will that drop? Will that prevent it from moving higher? They had an upgrade. Oh, it's just to a hold, not like a great. Come on, Spy, drive that BBNX down a little bit for me. Little bounce for Moderna, William, out of consolidation. A little bit of a one. mRNA, a little bit of a one right here, maybe. And see how it's starting to curl up. Let's take a look at a 1 minute chart and see if that orange turns to blue. Yes, little blue here, William. Little bit of a blue here. The trend is starting to change a little bit on the one anyway for Moderna. Well, earlier on in the day, Dow was doing this. It pulled back. This was a potential topping play. Would have worked out quite nicely. 33 down to about 50 cents. Nothing spectacular. But now it's making a new high. Not the Dow, but Dow the stock. I know the other one was the regional banks. D was a DPST. That was the other one that was just getting kicked yesterday. Yeah, you can see that regional bank ETF, and was 150 151 down to 138, closed near the low. Wow. Didn't realize it was that much of a, but yeah, we saw so many bank stocks doing this. Well, wind keeps inching its way up. WYNN. I mean, there's 100 right there. I mean, it to me, and it's literally down. It looked like it closed at 100. 100, yeah, basically closed at 100 yesterday. 5 cents over, I guess. Actually, I'm wrong. It closed at 101.29. I'm just trying to eyeball it. Yeah. No, no, I'm wrong. It did close 100, basically $100, 10 cents over $100. So what'll happen if it gets close to that? All right, guys, I ended up taking this little short here. I don't know. I mean, I don't expect much, but whoa, thank you as I'm talking to you. Just as I'm talking to you, nice little drop. Honestly, I did not. I was, I looked at this. I thought, okay, maybe it's topped out. So just take some right about here, 1883. I'm not expecting a massive. So now, where could it go? Because I mean, the next low is down here at 1745. Certainly not saying it's getting there, but go ahead, say it, Paul. Now the TI wave is covering the short of UPST. Oh, AAP, sorry. Take a look at it. AAP, see what you're talking about. Yeah. Turn to a 1 minute chart. I'll bet you it looks a little blue. Yeah, little blue. Right there, yeah. So for you, William, this is something you might want to do. Like like I know you've probably got a 5 minute chart or a 15, but turn it into a 1 or a 2 for your little scalps. And you'll probably see a color transition that you won't see, if you just leave it on the 5, for instance. I mean, you can kind of see that it's curling a bit, but you don't know how much. And there's the Moderna. We just looked at Moderna, mRNA, and it is now starting to put a little bit of a pop in. Have it on the twos, okay. You talking to you, YOU guys. I don't really remember this month getting up to $69, but boy, it's really fallen down though. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you on the way the SPY is. That's why with the BBNX, I was watching this, of course, and thinking, okay, can it help move it down a bit? Now, how about the win though? Uh, how about that win? I haven't taken it. WYNN. I just have a feeling it's how could it get through 100, especially with the market doing what it's doing now. Any moment, guys. All right. Okay, little move down now for win, WYNN. Little move down. Nothing dramatic. Look at that Moderna. I mean, it that was a nice little bounce. Yeah, you would have seen it right here too. Yeah, on the 2 minute turning. What about 130? That's a great move. $4 right there. Maybe I'll stick it on a two now for a while. The only reason I had it on the five is because we do have that one scan that works off the five, but I don't even use it. So why? Maybe I'll keep this. Maybe I'll do this. Put a 10-minute chart. Do something radical. So a two and a 10. I know there are people who use 10-minute charts. In fact, the guy who created this scan here, or this dot channel bar, the Ripster, he uses 10-minute charts for whatever reason. Boy, they put it right at the bottom here. He uses 10-minute charts, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 10-minute charts. That's what he bases his on. I don't know why, but oops, surfing. Yeah, I don't know if I use a 5, 10, and 15. I mean, I might use a 5 and a 10, but I don't know if I use a. Oh, well, it's up to you, of course. BTCT from Cookie. Okay, BT. This is a. Yeah, it's a. I don't know why it says educational support services. I pretty pretty sure it was a crypto play. Yeah, you would have. Well, on the turn, that's around 41. It's interesting because if you just say, okay, I'm going to take it, on the turn, 41.23, and you put well, with a pretty wide stop for me anyway. 41.23, you're putting a stop at around 40, I call it 40.70 or so. So about a 50-cent stop. So I'd have to move a dollar for you. All right, guys, 152. Probably out of here in about 8 minutes. Now, William says he's going to keep the room open, the main room, not YouTube. I got to shut YouTube down when I leave till 3ish, he says. So I'll probably be leaving around 2 o'clock, unless there are some questions. I'll always hang around for questions. I would hang around if I saw some short float or low float stock that is basing, and maybe he's going to have an end of day run. I just don't see one yet. It was a nice bounce, though. It was about a $4 bounce, wasn't it, for Moderna mRNA? Let's take a look at it now. I mean, that transitioned right around 130 to blue. So before it pulled back at all, I mean, it got up to 130, almost 130, well, 134.64. That was a nice bounce. Now, will this turn orange? All right, a little leg down for me for BBNX. Interesting. Okay, with the 2 minute on the win, you can see there's a little sell flag forming right now, which in theory would mean that the trend is now on the 2 minute anyway, starting to change. And I mean, obviously there's a pullback here, but will we actually get a yellow wave forming? Aha, notice that little sell flag disappeared. The reason being is that now this bar is green. A little sell flag, I believe anyway, that's the reason it disappeared. Very interesting. I have to see if this turns orange though. See if the trend get that wave to turn orange. I wonder what it would look like on a 1 minute chart. I don't want to go down to a 1 minute though. Yeah, it has gone orange on the one, but I think to be a little more safe, 2 minute chart is sort of my lowest. See, the sell flag is back again. All right, well, let's take a look at AAP and see if it is transitioning again. Not yet. Still looks strong on the two. Yeah, you know what? I sort of liked this one earlier, but the spread wasn't great. And I looked at this level here, 320. It's over that now. Next high is 360 or so. And that is for the EMAT. Volume is not great. I mean, it's 500,000 shares. It's what time is it now? Almost 2 o'clock. I just would worry about something like this being, you just do nothing. Ugh, that's ugly. Okay, guys. Well, I'm probably going to be leaving in about a couple of minutes, so I'm still in this BBNX short. I'm going to have a great day, RB. You too. All right, guys. I don't see any questions. It's almost 2 o'clock now, but 10 seconds to go. So I think it will take off. So, YouTubers, I do have to end the stream. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, YouTubers, tomorrow at around 9 o'clock. I'll be on the well, I'll be in the mic at sometime between 9 and 9:15 tomorrow. So I do have to end the stream on YouTube.